Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a man must seek answers for his friend searching for love. So, do you believe in love at first sight? Because I fell in love with the strange woman in the window.
So she just sits there fast, and you're just staring at her like a creep?
No. It's not like that. It's like she wants you to look, grinned Reggie. She shows off her legs, her white little panties. She throws her red hair around.
That doesn't make you any less creepy.
She knows I'm there. Hell, last time she smiled at me.
She smiled at you, I scoffed. A human woman actually smiled at you. You, Reggie.
I get a hell of a lot more smiles than you,
He teased.
and I swear, she smiled at me. I'm telling you, I'm in love.
Tinder not working out for you? Super likes not getting you anywhere?
If I had to choose between a random woman smiling at me from a window once every 2 weeks, or getting a match that isn't a bot on the Tinder meat market, I'd choose Window Girl 10 times out of 10.
I'll drink to that. And so we did. 6 shots of tequila and a game of pool later, we said our goodbyes. Then he disappeared. One day, he was just gone. No messages, no logins, no goodbyes, no witnesses, no indication of him going anywhere. There were rumors of him being attacked. There'd been news of an up-and-coming masked gang harassing a neighboring town, but nothing was confirmed. The police did a decent job bringing in the usual suspects, but nothing came of it. They even had search parties looking around the old campgrounds. There was talk of having a diver check the lake, but I don't think they ever did. Of course, they were following all leads, but that one thing Reggie'd rambled about on that last night when I saw him. The pretty girl who'd smiled at him from a window. It was a struggle to find out anything about her. This is a big town. Reggie traveled pretty far from work to home. I must have traveled that same road 100 times, back and forth, looking for whatever window he could have seen her in. But he wasn't very specific. There were apartments, houses, rentals, motels, hundreds of windows all along the road. How would I know which one he'd been looking at? I started taking Reggie's road home every day, just to see if I could see what he saw. It was a hassle, but it gave me a pretty good idea about where he'd look, what he'd do. It wasn't a long way out of the city, and I wasn't planning on doing it forever. So I told myself I had to at least try. 6 weeks after his disappearance, I was ready to give up. The police already had. The case had gone cold, and there were no more leads to follow. One night, as I followed that same damn road, I stopped at a corner shop to get a Coke. Standing with a cold can in the evening breeze, a thought struck me. Maybe the woman wasn't just someone he happened to see randomly. Maybe it was someone he went out of his way to see. Someone slightly off his usual route. Like someone you might see when you step out to get a Coke. Right across the street from the corner store, just above a bookstore, was a small apartment and had this wide window alcove that overlooked the street. There was someone sitting in the window. She wasn't at all what Reggie had described. She wasn't flaunting her underwear or flipping her hair around. She was this 20-something young woman, cuddled up in the alcove, reading. She had these big, dorky glasses and long brown hair. Not red like Reggie had said. Striking green eyes, just like my first crush had, back in middle school. Still, I couldn't help but to stare. This had to be her. This was the woman Reggie had talked about, and I could see why he'd fallen in love. It was damn near impossible not to. I must have stood there for the better part of 5 minutes. I had every intention to check the address, see who lived there, and try to find out all I could about her. And yet all I did was stand there and gawk as she gently turned the pages. Then, as soon as her head moved in my direction, I looked away and hurried back to my car. It was embarrassing to say the least. I could still see her in the rearview mirror as I got back out on the road. I'd talk to her the next day. Or maybe the day after that, whenever I could work up the courage and maybe find out a bit more about her. I did find out a few things. That corner apartment wasn't a rental, so someone owned it. It hadn't been sold in the past 20 or so years, so whoever owned it had lived there for a while. It was one of the older houses in town, and there were pictures of it from all the way back in the 60s. Even the same bricks, only slightly paled by the sun. The following weekend, I went back during the day. This time, the window was empty. I took the time to just walk around and check the place out, see if I could get a name. I took the time to check out the bookstore under the apartment. It was this old, dusty place that I'd seen for years, but never actually bought anything from. It was run by these two older men, bickering about some nonsense in one of the back rooms. As soon as I entered and that bell rang, I saw their two heads peeking out. "Hey," I called out. You the owners?" They looked at each other, paused, and sighed in unison. One of them, the one without a lengthy beard, approached me.
You looking for something?
He asked, "It's about the apartment. I don't know if you..." They both rolled their eyes. The man in the back shook his head and went back to his computer.
Of course you are.
The beardless old man sighed.
I'm sorry. We can't help you.
"I'd appreciate whatever you know. You've never talked to her?"
I haven't even seen her, sorry. My partner told me he's seen her brother once.
I could hear a jubilant, "I have," from the back room. I got the feeling that they'd had this discussion a few times already.
I'm sorry, they keep to themselves. We don't want to bother them.
"Have they never been down here? Bought anything? I saw her reading."
Might have,
He nodded.
but I wouldn't know. I don't ask every customer where they live. Maybe we ought to start.
He gave me an apologetic shrug and returned to the counter. I thanked them, waved, and left. I asked around the neighborhood. Random people on the street, passers-by who seemed familiar with the area. At one point, I called out to a half-naked woman sunbathing in her yard. I talked to a dozen or so people. No one had anything clear to say about the woman who lived above the bookstore. Some claimed she lived alone, others said she lived with her brother. Some thought it was her father or her husband. But it was clear she wasn't living alone. One man claimed he'd seen an older woman walking around up there, so maybe it was a whole family. Then again, they didn't seem to have a car, and no one had seen them leave. I was getting a funny feeling about the girl living there. It wasn't a large apartment, so I couldn't imagine so many people living there. One or two, sure, but 3, 4? No way. I decided to take matters into my own hands. It took me a lot of stomping around to build up the courage, but I made my way up the stairs to the apartment door. The name on the door just said More. Strange family name. I stood outside her door for a solid minute before I knocked. Had I known she wasn't home, I wouldn't have bothered. I knocked 2 more times, but there was no one to answer. Instead, I just stood there like an idiot. If I'd had any paper, I'd left a note. I did take a mental note of the other 2 apartments on the same floor being empty, though. Strange. I started going by that street regularly, once a day, waiting for her to show up in the window again. Every day, sometimes more than once, I passed that street. I was starting to wonder if I was still doing this to find out what happened to Reggie, or if I was genuinely interested in that woman I'd seen in the window. Maybe it wasn't even the same person. After all, she looked nothing like the woman Reggie had described. It took me 2 weeks of diligent watching to finally see her again. When I did, I nearly got in an accident. I slammed on my brakes, shocking the driver behind me. I parked outside the corner store, and I just stood in the middle of the dark street, gawking at her. It was the same woman, same brown hair, another book it looked like, and she'd cuddled up with a blanket. There was a cup of something warm next to her, fogging up the inside of the window. I could see those emerald eyes all the way down the street. She was magnificent. In a moment of onset stupidity, I waved at her. I couldn't help myself. To my surprise, she turned to me. She put down her book, tilted her head, and met my gaze. She looked bored, frustrated even. There I was, some random man on the street, waving at a young woman in the privacy of her home. I was being an idiot. Then she smiled at me, and I fell in love. This warm, genuine emotion. She was so happy to see me. She was eager to meet me, I could tell. I had to go see her. I ran across the parking lot, crossed the street, and went around the back of the building. But as I put my hand on the door to the apartment complex, I felt a tiny drop of water on the back of my hand. For a moment, it made me stop, just long enough to think. As one drop turned into 100, I snapped out of it. This was too strange. I'm not a bad-looking man, but finding myself running across the street to knock on a stranger's door, that ain't me. I wasn't being myself. Maybe the same thing had happened to Reggie. I wiped the rain from my face and went inside. I hadn't even noticed the strange blue mesh bags used for garbage, piled in a corner of the hallway. This time, I felt a bit more observant. But I still walked up those stairs, and I still knocked on that door. Not just to see a pretty face, but to ask questions. This time, she was home. I knocked 3 times, firmly.
Come in.
A soft voice spoke. I just want to ask a few questions, I said. About a friend of mine.
Come in.
The voice repeated. I took a deep breath and felt the handle. It was open. This wasn't right. A lone woman letting a strange man into her apartment at this hour? Sure, this wasn't a big town, but this was just odd. Shouldn't she at least meet me at the door? I could see a shine from the peephole. She was nowhere near the door. She wasn't even looking out. Do you mind coming out for a sec? I asked. It won't take long.
Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, it's just...
Come in.
My stomach slowly turned as a chill crept up my spine. I let go of the handle and backed away. I'm sorry, can you hear me all right? I think the door...
Come in.
Oh, she heard me. No way she didn't. Was she mocking me? I need to talk to you. I'm not coming in. No response. A shadow suddenly blocked the light from the peephole. Someone was looking out at me, and I hadn't even heard her move. I took a step back, leaning against the wall across from the door. I should leave, I said. I'm not...
Come in.
This time the voice was harsher, insistent. It wasn't an invitation anymore, it was a request. I felt my heart skip a beat, and I just kept backing further and further away from the door. As I reached the stairs, I heard a mechanical sound. A click. A lock. I peeked down the stairs. I could see someone by the exit, a shadow locking the door from the outside. Reggie? I didn't get time to think as I heard a creaking noise. The front door was opening. She was coming out, and whoever had been downstairs disappeared into the night.
Come in.
This time the voice was dark, bubbling, like someone speaking underwater. All I got was a short glimpse. Her gorgeous brown hair, hiding a strange face. Scaly skin that changed tint as I looked at it. Too many eyes. Some blue, some brown, some striking green. The components of the beautiful woman I'd seen, scattered about something wrong. I would have stared at her forever, had I not been instinctively backing away. I lost all balance as I reached the edge of the stairs, and I tumbled backwards. It felt like an instant, like no time passed at all. I was suddenly on the ground floor looking up the stairs. I was bruised, my leg twisted. Behind me, I could feel the front door locked.
Come in.
I heard from the top of the stairs.
Come in. Come in.
A face peeked around the corner. It was rearranging, making itself pretty, discarding old teeth to regrow new ones. Little white molars danced their way down the stairs, only to turn to dust. She was changing hair color to black, and her skin to a Mediterranean tan. She was starting to resemble my first girlfriend. I closed my eyes and turned to the front door. I heard clumsy footsteps slowly make their way down the stairs behind me. As I pounded on the door, I screamed for help, forcing myself to my feet. Another footstep.
Come in.
I kept screaming for help, pounding on the thick glass.
Come in.
There was a sudden heat near me, someone warm and inviting, the smell of exotic fruit shampoo, something resembling a hand reaching out to me, brushing against my jacket. Then someone stepped out. One of the old men from the bookstore, the beardless one. Instantly, I heard the footsteps behind me turn, hurry, back up the stairs. The old man unlocked the door as I scrambled out of the complex. My twisted leg couldn't support me, so I fell flat onto the pavement, crawling backwards. Away from the thing I'd seen and smelled, the old man looked confused. Call the police, I stammered. Call them, dude. Oh my God. The old man brought out his phone and dialed the emergency number. He kneeled down next to me, putting his hand on my shoulder.
Are you okay?
He asked.
Did that man do something to you?
What?
The man. That young man by the stairs. Did he hurt you?
I just sat there on the pavement. I barely even moved until the police came. I told them I'd been attacked. I told them there was something wrong with the one living in the Moray apartment. I told them about Reggie, about the girl in the window. I must have just kept babbling on and on and on as they took me back to their squad car. The owner of the bookstore just looked at me apologetically and waved goodbye, giving a short statement to one of the officers. I don't think they did a damn thing to whoever or whatever lives in that apartment. I think they did nothing, found nothing, and just chalked it up to me being hysterical. I'm getting mixed messages depending on the officer I ask about it. One says, no one lives there. Another says, they're out of town. One claimed it was some sort of storage. No one is giving me a straight answer. I think Reggie is still out there. I think something was done to him, but I don't know what. I think he lost himself to whatever lives in that apartment. And sometimes, to this day, I stop by that corner store to see if there's someone in that window. And sometimes, there is.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a man performing a series of odd jobs to pay the bills finds himself in over his head when he gets a job for a dance studio. So, do you have stage fright? You might, especially when you see the broken dancer of the Ghost Ballet.
It takes a lot of work to keep culture alive in a big city. I've dedicated most of my life to arranging community projects and keeping people engaged. Late-night movie screenings, flea markets, chaperoning, youth centers, concerts, game nights, you name it. I'm the face in the crowd that people can't help but to recognize. It didn't take long for me to expand my interest to amateur theater, opera, and ballet. While I didn't know much about what makes a ballet or opera good, I did know a thing or two about promotion and just keeping a steady schedule. So over time, I became a sort of a tagger. And while I couldn't speak a line of dialogue without looking at a paper or stand on my toes for a plie, I'd grown quite essential to the local performance groups. I didn't get paid much, but enough to get by. I had a total of 16 so-called micro jobs that paid the bills. But I'd been looking to get into something a bit more stable. So, using my experience with the local cultural scene, I applied for a full-time job at a local and very prestigious ballet school. This place had international recognition, and lo and behold, I got the job. Mostly administration and logistics, but I also just helped out during classes. One of my favorite things to do was to help with flyers and social media accounts. I've always been a bit of a hobby photographer, and ballet has such stunning visuals. I had worked there for 8 months when we were putting on one of our biggest shows yet, our rendition of Coppelia. There'd been all kinds of drama for months about who was getting which part, what venue we would use, what costume design to go for, all kinds of issues. I tried to help to the best of my abilities, but there was a limit to what I could do. I'd read up a lot on ballet history during my time there, and it is a genuinely interesting subject. So, when we were getting closer to the first show date, I had an idea. See, back in the late 1800s, there was a tradition among certain Parisian companies to perform a ghost ballet. It was essentially just a final rehearsal with a few more extra steps, but it was something I'd never seen performed. The ghost ballet is performed the day before the first show. It is performed to an empty audience and with no music. The idea is that by keeping the seats empty, you leave room for past dancers to bless your performance. And by performing without music or killing the music, it leaves room for instruments past to be heard by the spectral audience. It is all just a way to remind the performers of their prestigious history, and also paying your respects to those who came before. The dance itself is usually just a silent version of whatever you're debuting the following night. I suggested we perform a ghost ballet for our Coppelia debut. I could take pictures and make a few posts about it on our social media accounts. Hell, we could even make it a bit spooky by using the black outfits from our Swan Lake performance. It would make the rehearsal a bit more fun, while also paying tribute. Everyone was on board. Sabrine, who had the role of Swanhilda, went all in. She even suggested we take it a step further by inviting friends and adding a sort of skeleton makeup. I wasn't completely on board with it, but the others loved it. How could I say no? So when the night of the Ghost Ballet came, it was a mini event in and of itself. There were about 20 people in the audience, and we dimmed the lights. The music was turned off, but it felt like we missed the point of it when there were friends and family invited. The point was to keep the seats empty, but yeah, times change, I suppose. The performance went perfectly fine. I think the relaxed atmosphere made them all take a few more risks and really give it their all. People were cheering from the crowd, and in the dim lights, it all looked sort of haunting. Just hearing their feet panting was strangely unnerving. I took plenty of pictures. Our followers would love this. When the show was over, I couldn't help but feel like I'd done something wrong. The dancers seemed happy, though. 2 of the guests even brought flowers to throw on stage. Mostly discolored blue sunflowers picked outside. But still, it was a nice gesture. Sabrine was beaming. But all in all, this hadn't been a true ghost ballet. But the dancers were happy, so all is well that ends well. Not quite. As I was driving home that night, I had this awful feeling. I'd uploaded a few pictures and made some posts on our social pages, but I couldn't help but feel that we'd missed the point. They just had fun with it, but the tradition itself had originally been a means of reverence. It wasn't meant to be posted about online or for the dancers to dress up in black with skeleton paint. Would we do that to an ordinary audience? No, of course not. This was not a circus. Halfway home, I remembered that I hadn't properly engaged the alarms. The code was still tucked away in my wallet. Sure, I'd locked the doors, but without any alarms, anyone could just pick the lock and walk right in. It would probably be fine, but I felt like I had to do something right, if only just one bit. So I turned around and drove all the way back. I heard my phone being with likes, shares, and messages. The Ballet After Dark aesthetic was an interesting take and made for great pictures. Maybe it'd inspire something new someday. Once I got back to the venue, I double-checked all the doors and windows. Not only had I missed turning on the alarm, I'd left one of the back doors unlocked. As I locked the place up and turned off all the lights, I hurried through the main hall to lock down the side doors. As I was about to turn on the alarm, I noticed something. A single light that refused to turn off. It wasn't one of our spotlights, as the light flickered like a flame. I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps. "Anyone here?" I called out. "Sabrine?" No answer. Without a word, someone walked out on stage. She was dressed in this large black dress with puffy shoulders and a black scarf. She tiptoed on her bare feet. With every step, they snapped like twigs. A ballerina is graceful and elegant, and to some degree, that described the woman who'd stepped out on stage. She might have been a great performer once, but that was no longer the case. The harsh overhead light made it hard for me to distinguish her facial features. Her ill-kempt blonde hair made it even harder. As she stepped out in the middle of the stage, I couldn't help but to stare. Every step she took was calculated. As she took the arabesque position, I could tell something was terribly wrong. Her legs struggled to remain straight, and she had no strength in her left foot. She had trouble keeping her balance, and I could hear painful sounds as bones and sinew snapped under the pressure. Her black scarf wasn't just an accessory, it was there to keep her wobbly neck in place. As the scarf slowly unraveled, I could hear the crack of her neck as she moved from position to position. As she readied herself for a Sasson jump, I just gasped a hoarse "No!" She collapsed onto the floor, a pile of broken limbs dressed in black. Her arm twisted and turned the wrong way, and her right wrist seemed close to falling off. Chunks of her hair were falling out on stage, and still, she tried to get back up. One snapping tendon failing after another. A chill crept up my spine as I noticed a wind coming from the ceiling. It almost sounded like a flute. I let out a forced breath, only to see it blossom into a cloud. How hadn't I noticed the cold? The performer couldn't get back up, and instead just lay there. I had to show this to someone. I just had to. Someone had to see what I was seeing. As I brought up my phone and aimed the camera at the stage, I felt a light tapping on my shoulder. "Passe des photos," somebody whispered. somebody cold. I put down my phone. It seemed like an eternity. I just stood there watching. The broken woman groaned and turned, failing to get back on her feet. Instead, just lay there, writhing back and forth like a wounded insect. Her frustrated cries echoed from the stage, groans turning into pained wheezing. Without turning my head, I tried to see whoever was behind me. I didn't want to turn around. I had this instinct screaming at me to just wait it out. One more bad move and I might not make it out. Rational thought would have to take a backseat. I must have stood there for the better part of 10 minutes. I was so stiff my feet were getting numb. Suddenly a cold wind blew through the hall, and with it, the overhead light went out. Before the stage drowned in darkness, I met the eyes of the broken dancer. Her eyes were empty. Once the stage grew quiet, I ran towards the exit. I slammed the door open, leaving the building and everything in it behind. I didn't think a second about closing up or locking. I was just getting as much distance between me and that building as possible while my mind tried to make sense of what I'd seen. The next day, I woke in at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. I had 27 missed calls, and I was running a massive fever. I texted my boss, giving up on describing the previous night entirely. Maybe it had all been a fever dream. It was certainly warranted. I was shaking. I tried going back to sleep, but those empty eyes kept haunting me. The words whispered in my ear ran a chill up my spine, worse than any fever. I couldn't let it go. Had I really seen it? How could that have happened? I twisted and turned hour after hour, not finding the slightest bit of rest. I had to do something. It took me almost 2 hours just to get dressed and brush my teeth. I tried getting in my car, but I realized I might kill someone if I got into traffic like this. Still, I had to see the show. I couldn't miss it. I'd promised I'd be there. Sabrina was expecting me. I called up an Uber, chugged a yogurt, and got to the show just as it was about to start. The back doors were unlocked, much to my chagrin. I stumbled inside, waving at the security guard. They recognized me, but was visibly worried. Maybe I didn't look my absolute best. Not really a premiere night type of outfit. Sweatpants rarely are. As I got backstage, there was the usual excitement in the air. The first act had just started, and I could feel the magic in the air. I had to see it for myself, just to make sure they were doing okay. It seemed fine. Sabrina was giving it her all. As she and Gaspard performed a perfect fish dive, I could hear the audience ooh and ah. Just like the performers were doing what was expected, so, in a way, was the audience. Then a camera flashed. For a brief moment, I saw something in the empty seats. I heard something. Maybe I imagined it, but right alongside Sabrina, I heard this other set of footsteps. I found myself holding my breath, waiting for something to snap or twist, like the broken dancer. It struck me how, even with all her training, all it took was for a misplaced step for the show to be over. Another camera flash. I looked at the other dancers backstage. We have to... I couldn't find the words. My mind cramped. I just stared out at the stage, whispering what I'd already been told. Pas de photo. Even so, there was another flash from the audience. For a brief moment, every seat in the house was full. Elegantly dressed men and women, clad in black funeral garments, mummified faces and dirt-filled mouths. And there, ready to run in from the side of the stage, was the broken dancer. Right there, in the dark corner of my eye, the lights went off. A power outage. And somewhere on stage, unhindered by the music, a terrible scream. They say that Sabrina lost her balance when the lights went out. She, on the other hand, claims someone tackled her. Either way, when the lights came back on, she was writhing on the floor with her leg broken in 4 places. Gaspard was screaming almost as loud as she was. The audience were taking more photos than ever. Flash after flash. I have never heard a scream like hers since, and seeing the terror in her eyes was one of the worst experiences of my life. It was more than just a broken bone. It was the broken heart of a ruined dream. People were rushing to help. Our backstage paramedic hurried out. Curtains were drawn, and our volunteers were trying their best to calm the audience down. I caught a glance of Sabrina as she was carried away, Her eyes for an instant looked empty. We have not performed Coppelia since. We have changed venues. I'm no longer arranging ghost ballets. For a long time, I've suspected that it was inviting outsiders to be part of the audience to be the main problem. But I have another theory. See, by the turn of the 19th century, photography was still a budding art. It was forbidden at many venues, and many ballerinas refused to allow photographers. In fact, that was one of the many rules of the Parisian companies, from which the tradition stemmed. Pas de photo. No photography. I can only hope our transgressions are forgiven in time.
I hope Sabrine is allowed to recover. And I hope, dearly, that I someday forget those hollow eyes.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a therapist finds himself in over his head when he gets an appointment from a woman with ties to the supernatural. So, do you trust strangers? Because she simply couldn't tell a lie.
When I met Dawn Anderson, I didn't know what to think. She'd booked a counseling session, seemingly out of the blue, and I had no prior information about her. She'd just called into the office, booked a session with my assistant, and popped up. It was a pale November Thursday and my final session for the day. The streetlight outside was in an awkward position, casting long shadows across my office. As I closed the blinds, Dawn shifted in her seat.
I've sought help before,
She admitted.
but I always get the impression that no one really listens.
Therapy is often misunderstood, I said. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It is just maintenance. Like taking a shower or doing your dishes.
I haven't done my dishes in weeks.
She laughed. A darkness fell over her face as she hit herself upside the head repeatedly. Her curly brown hair swayed with each smack.
No,
She said.
I have done my dishes. It's fine. I was exaggerating. I'm not lying.
No worries, I said, sitting down across from her. Let's just have a chat and get to know each other.
That sounds good.
She nodded, calming down.
Thank you.
Dawn was born in '93 as the only child of Morgan and Lita Anderson of Tomskog, Minnesota. Dawn seemed a bit distant when talking about her childhood, as if repeating something she'd rehearsed.
They were very strict and distant. Sometimes they didn't seem like parents at all.
She said.
They had their moments, but there was no warmth.
She would go on to tell stories about how they beat her if they thought she was telling a lie. They once withheld food for 3 days because she didn't tell them what she'd done at school that day. Withholding information, they argued, was a form of lying. They did do nice things at times. They'd often take her swimming down at Frog Lake, and they always made sure her room had plenty of flowers and toys.
It was strange, though.
She admitted.
Going swimming was almost a chore. Twice a week, rain or shine.
When it was too cold to go swimming, they'd give her a mud bath, where she was thoroughly scrubbed.
It became routine, right down to rubbing my gums with it.
It was almost as if Dawn brushed it aside. To her, childhood and parenting wasn't important. She seemed more urgently distressed. And as she recounted her past, she would often stop to make sure she was remembering it right. Apparently, it was very important for her to be as accurate as possible, a remnant from her strict upbringing.
But I'm not here to talk about what used to be.
She said.
I'm here to talk about here and now.
All right, I nodded. Let's talk about it. Who are you today?
I'm a liar.
She sighed.
I've started telling lies.
I waited for her to add something to it, but that was it. That was her big reveal. I leaned back in my chair, clutching my notebook. Does it happen often? I asked.
Not really.
She shrugged.
Every now and then. But it really bothers me.
People tell little lies all the time, Dawn. That doesn't make them bad people.
They don't tell them like I do.
We locked eyes and I could tell she was sincere. This was something that truly bothered her. For her, this was like admitting a murder.
My lies are different from others.
She continued.
I don't know how to explain it. They change things.
Most lies do, I said. They change our perception. They manipulate.
Yes, but they only manipulate people.
She complained.
Lies don't change what really happens.
What do you mean, Dawn? She shifted uncomfortably in her chair. She took a deep breath and touched a curly strand of her brown hair for comfort. Meeting my eyes, she spoke in a low tone of voice.
The streetlight outside broke the moment you closed the blinds.
I looked back at the window. Strange how I hadn't noticed it. That awkward light would shine right into my patient's eyes. But it had gone dark. Very observant, I said. I didn't even notice.
That's because I lied.
She said.
It just seems true, but it isn't. That light worked just fine up until I said it didn't.
So you turned it off? I asked. With your lies?
Yes.
She was dead serious. I got up from my chair and peeked out the window. Just as she said, the light was completely broken. It was strange how I hadn't noticed it earlier. But sometimes you can get so caught up in routine that you don't notice the obvious. As I sat back down, she looked defeated.
That's the thing.
She sighed.
It is really hard to convince people that I'm telling the truth. That things change based on my lies.
How would that work exactly? I asked.
I don't know.
Dawn said.
But I didn't have an appointment when I came here today. I lied about it, and then suddenly I had one.
That's not right, I smiled. We had a call in last Tuesday. We got your number and everything. I held up my cell phone, showing her the booking receipt. There it is.
I change things.
Dawn insisted.
What I say changes things. It changes what has happened to accommodate for my lies.
So, when did this start, Dawn?
I think it has always been like this.
She said.
I think my parents knew. Maybe that's why they taught me never to lie.
But you started lying anyway, I said. Can you remember something recent?
There have been a few accidents.
Dawn said.
I used to have a friend who went to veterinary school, and an acquaintance who worked for a bank. We'd been out of touch for a few years, and when we met up, I got them mixed up. I was so convinced that the person who I talked to had gone to veterinary school.
But they didn't?
No. They worked at a bank, I'm sure of it. But now they had both gone to veterinary school. They couldn't have.
Memory is a fragile thing, I said. What is most likely? That you misremembered something, or that your misunderstanding changed events that have already happened?
I know what you want me to answer, but the proof is overwhelming.
So, why did you come here today, Dawn?
I want to stop lying. I never want to tell a lie again.
She breathed a sigh of relief. I nodded, making notes in my notebook. What is stopping you, I asked. What stops you from being completely honest?
Honestly, it is addicting.
She said.
Once you start, it is hard to stop.
How so?
I don't think you understand. The possibilities are staggering. It's like, if you could win the lottery by snapping your fingers, what would stop you from just snapping your fingers all day?
Getting a sore thumb, I suppose.
That's what it feels like to me.
She said.
It's like having a sore thumb in my mind. Every lie I tell is just, it takes something away.
Life is full of little inconveniences, I said. I don't think you should punish yourself for finding ways to cope.
It is not just coping, and it is not just punishing myself. It just happens, like using a muscle too much. It aches. It hurts.
Is that why you hit yourself on the side of your head when we started talking?
Yeah,
She nodded.
it distracts from the pain inside.
Well, some of the things you are describing are impossible, Dawn. You can't change the past. I can see why you would like to, given the way you were raised, but it just can't be done,
I'm gonna stop you right there.
said Dawn, holding up her hand.
Tell me something you did this morning.
All right, I put on fresh white socks.
Then why don't you have any socks on?
As soon as I said it, I felt like an idiot. I'd stepped in a water puddle as I got to work and didn't have a spare pair with me. My wet socks were still hanging on the bathroom radiator. You didn't let me finish, I smiled. I do have them, just not on me right now.
No, see? It changes. It changes, and you just adapt to it.
She knocked herself on the side of her head, clenching her eyes shut. Sparkles of sweat ran down her forehead. Dawn, look at it from my point of view. What is more likely? That you saw I wasn't wearing socks, and use that information, or that you can change the very, very fabric of events.
I know how it sounds, but that's what happens. And as long as it is just small things, all I get is a crackle in the back of my head. But as soon as I start telling big lies, it feels like I'm being ripped apart.
With big lies, do you mean something we can't ignore? Do you have any examples?
The first lie I ever told.
She nodded.
I had this dream of sunflowers when I was a kid. A whole field of them, all swaying in the wind. When I got to school, I drew them on a piece of paper. The yellow crayon was taken, so instead I colored them blue.
That sounds lovely.
It was, until I got home. Our entire backyard was this large field of blue sunflowers. My parents, of course, acted like it had always been there.
But it hadn't been.
No, Mom had a garden there. She grew tomatoes. We still had some in the fridge, but she insisted they were store-bought.
So they never found out you were lying?
Not at first, but I felt so bad that I admitted it. That's when I didn't get to eat for 3 days. They said it was because I hadn't told them about the drawing soon enough.
Well, I think you will find it difficult to convince me this is true, Dawn. But that is irrelevant. It is true to you, and that's what is most important. If you want to stop lying, there are ways to do so. But I'd like to get to the root of the problem and see where this comes from.
It bothers me that you don't believe me.
I'm sorry to hear that, Dawn. But what you're describing is simply impossible.
It bothers me greatly.
We looked at one another. Dawn wasn't budging, but neither was I.
How come you've pretended to write all this time when your pen has run out of ink?
It's just to put the patient at ease, I smiled, like a doctor with a stethoscope. It is expected, but not always practical.
The last 40 pages you've written is just the text, "Listen to Dawn," over and over.
Of course it is, I chuckled. That's how I practice my cursive.
And you don't see anything odd about this? Nothing at all?
Coincidences happen, but all that you point out are things I can clearly remember. I can't be surprised by a stated fact.
But that's just... ugh.
Dawn wiped her nose as a single drop of blood dripped out. I offered her a napkin, but she refused. This was clearly affecting her.
I've talked to 8 other people about this.
She said,
No matter what, they keep denying me. No matter what absurd proof I present, all they do is rationalize it and call me schizophrenic.
I don't think you are, Dawn. I think you have a trauma that...
It is not a fucking trauma.
Dawn stood up, pacing back and forth. She was getting agitated. I stood up next to her, carefully putting my hand on her shoulder. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Tea?
You're married, right?
She asked.
Do you love your wife?
Of course, with all my heart.
Do you, though? Do you really, really love her?
Undoubtedly. Dawn shook her head.
Can you feel right now the happiness she brings to your life?
Yes, but what...
Then why are you considering divorcing her?
It was like the twist of a knife in my chest. It was such an alien thought, but of course, I had been considering it for a long time. I couldn't think of a reason at the top of my head, and the way it made me feel was just awful. Patricia and I had had our ups and downs over the years, but we'd always grown stronger because of it. Sure, we'd hit a rough patch in the past few weeks, but...
You said you loved her.
Said Dawn.
You said you were happily married, then something changed.
Not changed as much as... I scratched my head. I felt strange, like something had flipped my world upside down. 2 drops of blood pushed themselves out of Dawn's eyes, little red tears.
You have to believe me.
Said Dawn.
Please believe me.
I'm trying, but...
Fine, let's go.
Growled Dawn.
Let's fucking go.
She put on her jacket and pushed me down into my chair. She was getting aggressive, and I considered calling for security. Then, as soon as I sat down, she sat down across from me. She took a hold of my hand and didn't let go.
Remember last night when you stabbed your wife?
She asked. How the fuck did she know? My mouth opened wide like a fucking trout as my mind started to race. There'd been no one else there. It had been an accident, a fluke. We had talked about our thoughts of a divorce, but it was nothing serious. Then it just escalated.
You buried her in the backyard. Your hands still smell like dirt. What do you think about that?
She continued, "No, you can't." I could feel my body shutting down. Some sort of shock factor coursing through my brain. My hands started shaking, my eyes started tearing. I remembered it all so vividly. Patricia's soft hands covered by dirt, shovel after shovel. The way I scrubbed my hands, but couldn't get rid of the smell. I still had dirt under my fingernails. It had happened, but I'd tried to push it away, to pretend like nothing, an alibi.
Why would you do that? You loved her, didn't you?
I did. I'd loved Patricia with every bone of my being.
And yet you kept her head in a plastic wrap in the back of your goddamn freezer.
Of course. I couldn't let her go. I broke down. I cried like a fucking baby. There was no way Dawn could have known this. I had barely even admitted it to myself. Compartmentalizing. There were 1,000 little reasons leading up to what I'd done. But to have it all splayed out like this in front of me, it was too much. My world was crumbling. My peace of mind had already rested on the knife's edge, ready to tip me over the side, but now I felt like I was free-falling. A pale hand feeding the worms outside. A bathroom smelling of chlorine and bleach. A perfectly good hacksaw that I couldn't bear to look at ever again. Green eyes staring at me through thin plastic, asking me why. I threw myself out of the chair, enraged. She couldn't know. Dawn were suddenly bleeding out of her mouth, eyes, and nose. Still, she smiled.
Every time.
She laughed.
Why does no one ever listen?
You've said enough.
Really?
Dawn pushed me away, breaking a leg of the table between us. As I landed on my back, she held me down with the hat rack.
You drowned your daughter in a well. You ran over your mother with your car. You've killed 3 hitchhikers using the loaded rifle in the trunk of your car.
I just screamed as the memories came flooding back to me. It was true. All of it. How the fuck did she know? It had been years. I'd covered my tracks so well. I got a hold of her foot and dragged her down to the floor next to me. I could barely see her in between my teary eyes, but I had to do something. I had to stop the pain. I had to end her. I tried to get my hands around her neck, but she resisted. She was stronger than I thought.
Then again,
She coughed as one of my hands touched her neck.
all I've said today has been a lie, hasn't it?
My mind went completely blank. As my eyes lost focus, I saw Dawn getting up. Her eyes were completely red swollen with blood. She kept beating the side of her head with the palm of her hand, coughing all the while. I'd probably given her a bruise. It was, but
It takes a while to rationalize the bigger stuff.
she said
Give it some time.
I didn't do any of that. I didn't.
Of course not. All I said was a lie.
But why, how,
I think that's enough.
sighed Dawn.
I can't say I'm surprised. No one ever believes me. Just try to remember me as Dawn Anderson, a young human woman, and not the way you've truly seen me.
As she left the office, I was still sitting on the floor. I couldn't even understand why. I had no reason to be upset or attack her. Sure, she'd been provoking me with mental images of harm coming to my family, but to attack her like that, it was insanity. Stress-induced hysteria or something. I sat alone in my office, feeling the pale light of the streetlight outside warm the back of my neck. I don't know what to believe. And I don't know if I will eventually rationalize all of this to some insane degree. But I know that it shook me to my core. There was something about Dawn that I had never seen in another patient. And to some degree, I believe she knows something impossible. And when I went home to open my freezer that night, I was genuinely scared to see something look back at me, even though Patricia was sleeping soundly in the other room. But the shock of hearing what Dawn had said, and the images it conjured in my mind, it remained. The untouched spot in my backyard, the hacksaw in the garage. It was still there, unused. I held Patricia tight that night as I dreamt of murder, as if it had really happened, if only for a while.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a man reflects on his time as a boy when a strange event occurred in his small town. So are you lactose intolerant? If so, you might be one of the lucky ones, because there can be no milk.
A few months ago, the civil township of Wanley, NC, was officially revoked. The area has had a dwindling population for decades, and with less than a dozen people living there as of this writing, the town has been absorbed into a neighboring area. For most people, this is a footnote. No one really knew about Wanley. Hell, even the post office got confused at times. But that town used to be something, and the people who came from there are as real as it gets. I was one of those people, and I want to tell the story of what happened. In the 90s, Wanley was the home to approximately 3,800 people. The main export was corrugated steel roofing sheets, produced by the Wanley Metalworking Roofing and Tiles. There were the 2 dairy farms, the Ansons and the Bows. We also had a small barley and wheat refinery, a high school, 2 large off-site admin offices, and one of those small-scale business incubators. Apart from that, there wasn't much to see in Wanley. Just this flat chunk of land amid a big pile of nothing. In those days, people were already leaving town. Businesses were split between Fayetteville and Roseboro. A lot of people figured that there was no point making big investment plans for a town that was bleeding out. Hell, even Wanley Metalworking considered relocating south to Wilmington, abandoning their namesake. But despite all that sour gloom, it wasn't industry decisions that caused the downfall of Wanley. I was 13 years old in 1993. I grew up with my mom Raniele, Ronnie for short, and my dad Morgan. My little brother Amos had the room right across the hall. He was just 10 years old at the time. It was the last month of middle school. The following autumn, I was supposed to study at Wanley High. But for all of primary school, we had to take a bus out of town. It took us about 25 minutes one way. Not too bad, but it singled us out. Us Wanley kids were a unit at that point, arriving and leaving in unison. It was a Friday afternoon in late May. I was on the school bus, on my way back home. There were these 2 kids in front of me who couldn't stop talking about their latest Super Nintendo game, Star Fox, I think. I'd zoned out their entire conversation, instead opting to stare out the window. When we got to the Wanley town sign, I noticed something strange. There was a man from the sheriff's office using a roller to add something to the sign. All I saw was the word "no." There were several police vehicles blocking the road into town. I recognized the faces of the officers, but I hadn't talked to them before. There weren't a lot of criminals in Wanley, and my family were all on the straight and narrow. Even my dad, who joked about being a bank robber, he wasn't. He was a corporate lawyer. The bus stopped, and so did the conversation. No more Star Fox. The double doors at the front of the bus whooshed open, and an older policeman stepped on board with his hands on his walkie-talkie. He looked at the driver and nodded, then turned to us.
Hey there, kids,
He said,
I'm Officer Gellin. We're not going to keep you here too long. We just need to have a little talk, if that's okay. Is that okay, kids?
There was a muttering, "Yes," coming from the Wanley Middle School children, myself included. Officer Gellin nodded, hiding a wide smile under a wild mustache.
All right, I'll be right back. Sir, would you accompany me outside for a sec?
The driver stepped outside with Officer Gellin. Meanwhile, the rest of us kept looking around, trying to see what was wrong. "Maybe there's an accident," said one of the younger kids. "Maybe someone got hurt." "I think there's a fire," said another. "Mom says we can't barbecue because of fire hazard." "Maybe there's a murderer," said the Star Fox kid. "And they found like heads and stuff." "Gross," I added. "You're gross." I looked back outside as the other kids started to squabble. It went from fire to accident to murderers to space aliens, then right back to talking Star Fox. Meanwhile, I stared off in the distance, and that in turn gave me an idea. I could see the back of the town sign from the rear window. I leaned back and looked out. The sign read, "You're now leaving Wanley," but there was a large white text added to it. "No milk." Before I got the chance to tell the other kids, Officer Gellin came back on board. The driver got back in his seat.
I had a very productive talk with Mr. Harley here, and he tells me that I've stumbled upon a particularly crafty and well-behaved group of students. Is he right about that? Is that what you are?
Of course we were. In unison, we agreed with Officer Gellin.
Well, in that case, you might be able to help me out. See, we're looking for a special something that we can't bring into town or people might get sick. And we wouldn't want anyone to get sick now, would we?
Of course not.
Then I hope you won't mind some of my officers checking your backpacks to make sure nothing bad snuck along, would you?
2 officers stepped on board as Gillen hurried outside to halt an approaching sedan. Someone was trying to get out of town, but was turned away. One by one, the officers had a short talk with us and went through our backpacks, our lunches specifically. When they got to the Star Fox kid just ahead of me, I heard them asking him a series of questions. What he'd been eating, how long ago, if he'd gone to the bathroom since. Strange questions. Turns out, he had chocolate milk as part of his lunch. The officer who asked clicked his walkie-talkie twice, some sort of discreet signal. When they got to me, I handed them my backpack.
Have you had anything to drink today?
He asked. My mom made lemonade, I said.
That sounds great. Wish my mom made me some.
He smiled.
Anything to eat? Any cheese? Any milk?
Just fish sticks and rice, I said, and ketchup.
Doesn't sound too bad.
He rummaged through the backpack and seemed relieved not to find what he was looking for.
All right, looks like we're done. You have a good weekend now.
You too. Once they'd gone through every backpack, they circled back to the Star Fox kid. They asked him to come along and said they had to ask a couple more questions. It was scary. He started crying, and they tried to encourage him every step of the way. They said they were going to call his parents, and everything was going to be fine, and I wasn't so sure. Once the bus started rolling, I looked back to see Officer Gellin in the rear window. He wasn't smiling at me. He had this grim look on his face, staring straight into the asphalt, motionless. There was a long line of cars being turned away. Some cars I recognized. Friend and neighbors looking to make a quick exit. The bus had to pull to the side at one point to let a fire truck pass. I got the impression that something big had happened, but no one was telling me what it was. The conversation had died down, and I had to fill the silence with my worries. There was no chatter to distract me. By the time we got to the bus stop, I saw all our parents lined up, my mom and dad included. Amos was also there. He'd taken an earlier bus and had been home since lunch. As I stepped off, my dad swept me up in his arms. Mom was crying.
What did they do?
Dad asked.
Did they take anything? What did they ask you?
Mom took me from him.
Give it a rest, Morgan.
She spat.
Let's go home.
Amos seemed disinterested, instead clutching a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic that they'd bribed him with. There was a man in camouflage with an assault rifle walking up and down the street, asking people to disperse and return to their homes. Mom and Dad hurried back to the car, sticking me and Amos in the back. He went straight to reading his comic book, but I kept looking out the window. As we got back on the road, heading home, I noticed several strange signs. The most prominent one was on the window of a corner shop. No milk, by order of the National Guard. When we took the road by the Bowes Dairy Farm, I heard popping noises. Before I got the chance to ask, my dad intervened.
They're celebrating,
He said.
It's just fireworks.
We lived at the end of a street, next to a roundabout. We had 3 neighboring houses. 2 of them were elderly couples who rarely left their homes, and the last was another family with a teenage boy. We'd hung out a bit before he started high school, but we'd fallen out of touch in the last year or so. Still, I had fond memories of watching movies on their big screen TV and playing video games. I bet they had the new Star Fox game. As we turned the corner, the street was in chaos. The Masons were out on the lawn, arguing with 2 fire marshals. The other elderly couple, the Stevensons, were dragging bags to their car. The other family was nowhere to be seen, and their SUV wasn't in the driveway. Their front door was half open and the lock broken. There was a piece of white paper with red text nailed to the side of the door.
Just go to your room,
Dad said.
We'll talk over dinner.
But what's going on? I asked.
We'll talk about it later.
He insisted.
For now, I need you to stay in your rooms.
Amos looked up from his comic book.
Can I play Nintendo?
As long as you want, honey.
Mom smiled.
And tonight, there's no bedtime.
Amos looked up at me like we were going to Disneyland. It took him a moment to realize that he was the only one smiling, and he didn't understand why. To be fair, neither did I. We hurried inside. Amos and I ran upstairs and got to our rooms. Amos had been allowed to keep the Super Nintendo in his room, while I had a VCR. It was fair enough. He could play games, and I could watch movies. But I wasn't in the mood to watch anything. I had this sinking feeling that something was terribly wrong, and I kept looking out the window, hoping to see something. The Stevensons were arguing next to their car, and the Masons were being ushered back into their house. I could see smokestacks rising from the dairy farms and flashing lights from fire trucks going back and forth down Main Street. Every now and then, if I listened closely, I could hear popping noises. It didn't sound like fireworks. It sounded like gunshots. I'd only been in my room for a couple of minutes before I heard a careful tapping at the door. Amos stepped in with this haunted look on his face, his eyes wide and unblinking.
Can you help me with my science project?
He asked.
It's acting funny.
Amos had been working on a science project for school. It wasn't a big deal. He'd taken different kinds of milk and placed them in cups to see which ones went bad first. He usually checked it before he went to bed, making notes about changes over time.
Can you please look?
He asked.
It's really weird.
All right. For something to make Amos say, please, it had to be something out of the ordinary. I walked across the hall to his room, catching a whiff of an argument downstairs. Mom had raised her voice. There was a certain pitch to it when she was worried about something. She wasn't holding back this time. It made me feel sorry for Dad. Half the time, it wasn't even him she was angry at. I followed Amos past the pause screen for Contra 3 and up to the window. He had the cups resting on a small metal tray with plastic wrapping. He stopped just ahead of it. I heard this noise, and he pointed at the cups, clutching his notebook.
I haven't opened it. Mom says it smells too much.
As I approached, I saw the cups rattle. Not much, but enough to make a noise. I could see the plastic wrap shaking. Looking into the cups, it took me a while to understand what I was looking at. At first I thought it was maggots, but it wasn't. It looked like something had coalesced at the bottom of each cup, and there were these tiny white strands shooting out of it, prodding the plastic for weaknesses. It sort of looked like an egg, in a way, with these inches-long strands that moved independently of one another. All of it milky white.
It keeps moving.
He said.
Look!
He stepped up to it and put his finger on top of the plastic. The strands in the cup immediately reacted, shooting straight up. It looked almost electric in a way.
Why does it do that?
He asked. Don't touch it, I said, and we gotta put it away.
Should we tell Mom?
I could hear them arguing downstairs and shook my head. We should throw it away, I said. Let's flush it. Amos protested all the way to the bathroom, but didn't want to make a fuss. I told him I'd take the blame, and he could go back to playing Contra. That seemed to do the trick. I placed the tray on the floor next to the toilet. I put on Mom's plastic cleaning gloves just in case. As I took off the plastic wrap, those little white strands shot out of the cup, aiming straight at my face. They were a lot longer than I'd suspected, just inches away from my face. I panicked and dropped the entire cups down the toilet with a squeal. Looking down, they squirmed and twisted back and forth, these white strands whipping back and forth, like worms in agony. They were so much longer than I'd anticipated, and I could feel them prodding against the plastic gloves. They were looking for the warmth of my skin. The tips were much sharper than anticipated, and almost poked a hole in my gloves. I flushed. After waiting a few seconds, I could still see some strands moving at the bottom of the bowl. I flushed again and again and again. Finally, when there was nothing left, I dumped half a bottle of toilet cleaner in, flushed again, and then waited. I must have sat there for 10 minutes, just watching the water. There was this tingle in my spine, like I'd escaped some great danger. The same kind of rush you'd get if you'd nearly stepped on a snake or seen a bear. I went back to my room and brought out a notebook. No milk, I wrote at the top. I tried to name all the places in town where there might be a lot of milk or milk-based products. The dairy farms were obvious, but there was also the high school cafeteria, the corner shop with the soft serve machine, and the convenience store. Since this was a town with several dairy farms, milk and cheese was sort of everywhere. I listed at least 24 locations where there might be a lot of dairy products. There was a loud banging on the front door downstairs. Amos and I rushed out of our rooms to see what was going on. From upstairs, I saw Dad open the door to a man in military uniform. Mom looked up the stairs.
Get back to your rooms.
She said.
We'll tell you when you can come out, all right?
Mom, what's going on?
Just play your games.
She said.
Wait there.
But Mom,
Rooms!
She yelled.
Now!
She wasn't messing around. Amos and I looked at one another and silently decided to stick together on this one. There was a discussion between my parents and the man at the door. Amos and I retreated back to my room. He tried reading, but he kept getting distracted.
You think it's bad?
He asked, putting down his comic book. Amos had always been a bit of a pain. Lots of pranks and scares, but this time was different. We weren't playing around. It was like a silent agreement. Yeah, I said, I think so.
Why? What's so bad?
I think there's something wrong with the milk.
But you flushed it, right?
Not just that milk, I said, all of it, all milk in town.
It's all gone bad?
Worse, I said, like real bad. What happened next was quick. I heard someone coming up the stairs, and in the next moment, my parents opened the door to my room. They asked us to remain calm. They asked us to be quiet. They asked us to come along, stay close, and don't ask any questions. On our way out, I saw the man in uniform stepping into our upstairs bathroom. Seconds later, he sprinted back out, yelling into his walkie-talkie. Mom and Dad hurried us downstairs. 3 other men rushed past us, up the stairs, dragging dirt and mud through the living room carpet on their way up. All in uniform, all armed with assault rifles. They left the front door open, and I could see at least 6 more people waiting outside. We got in our car, taking nothing with us except Amos's comic book. A man tapped the driver's seat window with his rifle, and my dad took off down the road.
We can't get out of town.
Mom said, keeping her voice low.
Morgan, they're testing women at the checkpoints.
Maybe it's for the better.
Dad said.
Who knows how this can affect you? You might need a vaccine.
You've seen what they did with the dairy cows. They take them out back, and then...
We are not cattle, Raniel. They're not putting people Ranny out to pasture.
Then where the hell are the goddamn Abernathys? Them being dragged off was just for fun? For show?
We're not having this discussion.
Dad said.
Not in front of the kids?
I'm almost in the 2nd trimester.
She whispered.
And God knows what they'll do if they...
Mom quieted down, holding a hand to her mouth. Dad looked at her with a mix of pity and frustration.
I feel strange, Morgan.
She continued.
And it's not like last time.
There's this big 4-way intersection in the middle of the downtown area. When we got to that point, the lights had turned red. There were these military trucks going by, one by one, at least a dozen, covered in blue plastic tarps. Long after the lights turned green, the trucks were still going by. As the second to last truck was going by, there was this loud metal bang, and the entire truck started. For a moment, we all thought it was going to tip over. 2 of the wheels were off the ground, tipped back down, and the driver leaned on the horn. From seemingly every corner of the street, armed men started shouting at us to move. I could see something moving under the tarp, something sharp poking and prodding against the plastic. I'd seen it before. Dad stepped on the gas, going the other way. I saw the high school gymnasium in the distance, lined with vehicles all along the street.
They told us to stay here.
Dad said.
Let's just hunker down and wait.
We'll be trapped.
We can leave at any time.
We can't go by foot. I don't like the look of those rifles.
You know they wouldn't.
They exchanged a glance, and the conversation stopped. Amos and I just kept our heads down. There were still popping sounds outside. They were closer now. Dad found a spot further down the street, and we made our way to the gymnasium. There were at least 100 people gathered outside. I picked up a few things from various discussions going around. For example, the armed men were from the National Guard. Most of them had shown up early that morning, probably minutes after I'd left for school. There was a lot of talk from a lot of people. A soldier explaining something about lactic acid bacteria to one of our science teachers. An old man complaining about how they took his freezer. A kid being scolded for not telling his mom he had a milkshake with his lunch. A farmhand looking distraught, saying something about the new cow feed used at the Anson farm, and how it was unfair for the Bows to get shut down. Bits and pieces of 100 different stories. But what struck me the most was a group of young women looking distraught. One of them kept repeating the same thing over and over to a soldier.
I'll never get rid of it.
She asked.
It's in there? For good?
We had to sign our names on the way in. Dad signed for the 4 of us. I barely recognized anyone. They'd set up green military cots, 2 by 2, with a basic footlocker for valuables and personal belongings. Dad weaved between aisles of cots, keeping me and Amos close. Mom was looking for the restroom.
When can we go back to the house?
Amos asked.
They're checking the pipes.
Dad said.
That can take a while.
Checking the pipes for what?
I don't know, but whatever it is, they're making sure we're okay.
A stone sunk into my stomach. Maybe what I'd flushed down the toilet had gotten stuck in the pipes somehow. Maybe that's what they saw. For the next few hours, we stayed put. They handed out a couple of basic dairy-free meals. Once every 2 hours, there were a couple of soldiers walking down the aisles, making sure everyone looked okay. But people were far from okay. I saw this one athletic guy shaking like a leaf, coughing into his hand over and over. It sounded awful, like his body was trying to push something out. When the patrol made their rounds, they took him outside. I didn't see him again. Mom was in the bathroom for a long time, at least an hour. When she got back, she had this slightly ashen complexion, like she hadn't slept for days. Dad was worried, but she kept telling him she was okay. Once it started to get dark, the patrol said they were closing down for the night. A curfew was in effect. Dad had all kinds of questions, but didn't want to start arguing with armed soldiers. I could tell he was holding back. Corporate lawyer or no, personal freedoms are a big sticking point to him. I remember this big clock over the scoreboard. If you managed to filter out the cries and the occasional scream, that clock was the only thing you could hear. And I could swear that the seconds were getting longer the more you listened to it. Mom and Dad shared a cot, while Amos and I got one each. Amos went out like a light, but I stayed up long after midnight. I couldn't help it. That damn clock kept me up. With the lights off, all I saw was the sharp shadows cast by the crescent moon creeping in through the cloud cover. As the screams and cries turned to sniffles and snores, I was left awake staring into the ceiling. I heard people whispering about megabacteria, something in the methane, the lactic acid, the gas lines. Nobody knew for sure. There was one guy who kept muttering about birds being the source, claiming it had rained feathers moments before shit hit the fan. There was this one drunk man by the exit who kept talking out loud to himself.
They dance like skinny little worms reaching for the stars.
Skinny little worms. Just like I'd seen in my brother's science project. I'd been drifting in and out of sleep for 1 or 2 hours when I snapped to attention. I heard someone running past me and looked up to see Mom's side of the cot empty. Dad sat up, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes.
Ronnie?
He whispered. He noticed me looking his way.
You see where Mom went?
I shook my head. He got up and took me by the hand.
Let's go look.
We went down the aisles, hand in hand. It was eerie watching all these strangers sleeping around us, like nothing was going on. Even the drunk guy by the exit was out cold by now. I don't know if I was imagining things, but I had the mental image of those skinny little worms appearing. Sometimes, when I looked at the sleeping people, I imagined little shadows scurrying to hide. Something crawling out of a nose, an ear, a mouth. We walked past this one man who looked sick, who had a metal bucket next to his cot. I could hear little tapping movements at the bottom of it, as if something was struggling to reach out.
She might be in the bathroom,
Dad said.
Let's go look.
There were 2 patrolmen by the bleachers, smoking and telling stories. They kept passing a bottle back and forth. Dad kept his head down, making sure not to look them in the eye. We went through a short hallway and made it to the bathrooms. The power was still on, but all the lights were off, making the emergency exit sign the only thing to guide us. Dad was about to step inside the bathroom when I tugged on his sleeve. "That's for ladies, Dad," I said.
I'm sure they won't mind.
We stepped through the door. Moonlight was coming in from a frosted glass window, casting an eerie shadow across the floor. We split up and started knocking on the stalls. It was quiet. Dad had this worried look on his face.
Maybe you should step outside for this.
He said.
Just for a while.
Let's check, I said. It'll be quick.
Wait, let's...
I opened one of the stalls. I barely saw anything. In the moonlight, I couldn't see much more than outlines. I saw a pair of still hands holding up a bloated belly with these dancing little worms pushing their way out of the skin. Like a goddamn human garlic press. The tapping sound of 100 thin parasites looking for a new host. Some were just an inch long, others were as tall as an arm. One of them poked the nail on my thumb, but couldn't latch on. I saw chunks of hair strewn across the floor, a side effect of late-stage infection. A hand fell over my eyes, and I was dragged outside. When I looked up, I saw Dad. His entire body language had changed, like he was in pain. For a few seconds, all he did was stare at me. Then, there was a bang on the door, coming from the inside.
I need you to get your brother,
he said.
I need you to get your brother, and I need you to get to the car.
But Dad, what?
Here.
He handed me the car key.
I'm trusting you, and I need you to hurry.
But what about... Another bang on the door. Dad straightened his back and pushed it shut. I stepped back, feeling my pulse rise through my chest.
Go!
He yelled.
I'll meet you outside.
Running back out, some of the cloud cover had cleared outside. I started running down the aisles, trying to find my way back to Amos. It was difficult. Everything looked different in the dark. There was this woman who got out of her cot just a few feet ahead of me. She coughed, and this avalanche of worms trickled out of her mouth. They spilled onto her chest and scattered across the floor. She turned to me, chunks of hair coming off her scalp. She wheezed at me, her brown eyes tired from crying. She tried to say something, to call for help. But all I heard was that inhuman wheezing, as little white worms made their way across her chest. I don't know if I was the one who started it, but someone did. That first scream, that choir of screams as lives came crashing down. There were so many parasites, so many victims. Some who'd just felt funny and tried to sleep it off, waking to a nightmare. Others had tried keeping their sickness a secret. There were no patterns, no limits. Everyone was susceptible. Young, old, strong, frail. There were some with parasites coming out their stomachs, others through the ears, mouth, and nose. There was this one man who had them in his left eye. As they reached out to others for help, the parasites spilled from one person to the next, burrowing into their skin. I didn't find Amos. He found me. He kept telling me that a bad man had taken his comic book, and that he ran away looking for Dad and help. He asked 100 questions at once, but I just grabbed him and ran, clutching the car keys so hard that my hand cramped. We made our way to the exit, but there was a rush of people going in and out like a waterfall. Someone yelled, telling people to drop to the floor. 10 others screamed back, begging for help. Others just screeched like wounded animals trying to alert the flock of incoming danger. Amos ducked to the floor and I followed him. Then the gunshots started. We got out by crawling on all fours. One of the soldiers tripped over me, accidentally kicking me across the ribs. When we got outside, we stuck to the wall and kept a low profile. Amos couldn't stop crying, but I just pulled him along. I could barely hear anything over my ringing ears and pounding pulse as gunshot after gunshot rang out behind us. We crawled our way through the flower beds, using the high school's blue sunflowers as a cover. Most people were stuck inside. Some made their way out, filtering back into the military tents outside. Amos and I made our way back to the car. My fingers barely worked as I fumbled to open the door. When I finally did, I could see more people heading our way from down the road. I got the car open and pushed Amos into the back seat. I followed him, locking the doors from the inside. We curled into the leg space between the back and front seat, hugging each other tight as I hushed him. He couldn't stop crying. He had so many questions piling up that they were overflowing into a jumbled mess. Questions about Mom, about Dad, about the people outside, about the bad man who took his comic book. As the gunfire died down, people started pouring out. But they weren't just people anymore. One of them noticed our car. One of them spotted us inside. And after that first one came another and then another. In less than half an hour, there were so many of them, they were blocking all the windows. All I saw were silhouettes, and all I heard were wheezing noises. Bodies calling for help, begging, pressing themselves against the windows to get at us. rattling coughs over and over, as something inhuman settled in their throats. I could only see parts of them as they banged on our windows. There was this one man smiling at me with little worms dancing between the gaps in his yellow teeth. He pressed himself against the passenger window, meeting my gaze.
Batman!
He groaned.
Batman! Help!
An eternity passed in the back of that car, and sometime during that eternity, the noises stopped. Maybe they moved on. Maybe they got shot. I don't know. But at some point, the sun broke through, and we were both okay. Panicked, but okay. There were soldiers outside, rounding up people from the gymnasium, and people from the tents. Some were sent back home after signing some documents. Others were asked to stay near their vehicles until further notice. And me? Well, I refused to open the door for anyone. Amos and I stayed in there for hours until we could feel the heat baking us. Then, the door opened. My dad had a spare set of keys. Seeing his familiar face outside the passenger side window was everything I needed to know that in some way we'd be okay. He'd locked himself in one of the stalls and kept quiet all night. Looking back at it, he and everyone else were forced to sign some kind of agreement. We were given a hefty compensation, and all we could say was that it was killer bacteria coming from one of the dairy farms, which in a sense was true, but it didn't tell the whole truth. And it took Dad years to build up the courage to tell me what really happened to Mom. 6 years, I think. Apparently she was pregnant, but the whole thing had been a bit touch and go. They didn't want to tell us until they were sure. She was just at the point where her body had started lactating. Milk protein just... I don't know. I can't shake the feeling that maybe it was her that I saw in that stall. Dad took the money and left town. He and so many others. Some moved in, encouraged by the sudden price drop. I guess that's how the town made it all the way to 2023. 176 people died in total, directly or indirectly. But what they don't tell you is that thousands were permanently scarred. Some of the girls who'd just entered puberty had to get sterilized, or they might risk another outbreak years down the line. They did some tests on me as well, but determined I was fine. Amos, too. Guys are affected differently. I still have that bacteria in me in some capacity. While I can eat and drink dairy nowadays, there's that part of me that just can't bring myself to try. The thought of reliving any part of that day gives me this sickening feeling in the pit of my stomach. I feel my pulse rising just thinking about it. Seeing that white liquid fills me with the sense that there is so much moving around in it that I just can't see. If it hadn't been for what happened that day in 1993, I think Wanley would have been fine. But as it stands, I'm glad it's finally gone.